IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Wednesday edition of the stream. Today, we are going to be doing some more Insignia dev, of course. And I'm going to be working hard to make sure that we get a lot done. We're working hard towards our demo completion date. It sounds a little bit like in here high S's, but it could just be my audio, shall we? Are we ready? I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey everyone, welcome back. Sorry for that. I don't know how we lost the audio there. We lost the stream for a bit, but I'm still here. We're back. Sorry about all that. I don't know what happened. My internet just went down momentarily. OBS lost connection to the stream. My internet is okay, but yeah, OBS didn't like it. So, sorry about that. For those of you who are still watching the stream, it might be best to refresh the page and catch up to live if you fell behind a little bit. Anyway, welcome. Like I said, thank you for joining me on Twitch chat. Thank you for joining me in YouTube chat. You're all very welcome. And we're going to get straight into some dev starting now. Okay, I'm not going to waste any time. How did I get my overlay? I created the overlay. I made it. Cool. So, I feel like I'm a little bit... Yeah, that's it. We've got to get the hiccups out of the way. It happens, you know. I feel like my camera is a bit off kilter and not looking... I feel like I should be here in the frame. Maybe I can be here in the frame if I rotate my desk a little bit. Hang on a second. Let me just see if I can do something. Okay. Yeah, it's still not right. Let me fix that. Oh, it looks... No, I mean, it's right, but it doesn't look right. I don't know. Let's not fixate, shall we? Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm just going to get straight into dev, shall I? So I haven't really had a chance to do much today, except I was working on a music feature for the game that allows us to play different music depending on what's happening in the game, different conditions. So that took up my morning for the most part. Let me just take this, and this away. This is FMOD condition system. Then I had an appointment all the way from 11 till 12. I had a little bit of lunch. And then I set up my stream. And here we are. Okay. So, that's all done. Let's put something new on the table, shall we? Actually, it might be nice to just review. Oh, right now it's 2 p.m. That's my time. That's the current time. So, what we got to do now is just make sure that everything that I was just working on is still good. I had a thought about something that would increase productivity. I do a lot of making stuff that would increase productivity on my game, but the thing that I guess I want to show you is this music system. So right now, it's just playing it's playing the bass track, the standard music for this scene, which is supplied in an event here. And if we were to approach this scene with a different save file that gets us a bit later on in the demo. So if I change this to, let's say, chapter 1, day 2, and then I put Armin, the main character, all the way up here, you'll get a different track, or at least it'll play differently. So here in the music manager, you can see these evaluations tell us which conditions are being met. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. You can see here, it triggers the event because we've done a specific condition, right? So if I check this, discover the crucible is the condition we just met, and that's making it play phase 1, which is cool. We come over here. That triggered the second event, which you can see here is triggered, and that's this one. So now it's playing this FMOD event. If we skip, and bring this guy over, that triggers this event. So the music advances every time we go through the scene, and it plays different music basically. I always get that wrong. Hey, welcome 40. And then we get the final sting. Ta-da! And that's it. The thing is, right now, I've got these conditions as quest flag events. So what that means is that the music is playing when the game recognizes that you've finished doing something. And these typically happen at the end of cutscenes. So I think right now, all of these music track changes are happening probably like 5 or 10 seconds too late, because the cutscenes where we would expect for them to happen are almost happening like, it's like before this point. And that is a little wrinkle that I've had to deal with in the past. I think I can improve it, but unfortunately, it's going to require a fair bit of additional engineering on top of what the system already does. For now, I think it's okay for us while we're prototyping and stuff. But yeah, it's just a bit unfortunate that like the simple solution, which is just to like, hey, like when you've got a quest flag, change the music. That is like really, really easy to do. But the thing of, hey, like set the music at this specific point just before you get the quest flag during a cutscene, that's not nearly as easy to pinpoint, because it's not a variable that's saved anywhere in the game, right? Sometime during a cutscene. We can put it inside of a timeline track during a sequence that's playing, that's fine. But even that is harder to annotate. It's harder to track. I mean, this, looking at it like the way that it is so straightforward of like, hey, like you got 4 states. Here's 4 conditions that control the 4 states. Like that's super easy. You know what I mean? So it's a shame that it's not as simple as this, but that's life. Okay. I think there are also a few things here about this that probably I should be just mindful of. Like maybe I should describe them to Morgan or somebody on the stream. Hey, Flex Ice, welcome. Thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome, welcome. And that's like how these conditions work with each other. So right now, the conditions are, they equate to a series of evaluations, right? Each condition can be evaluated as true or false, even if it's a negative condition. Like if you don't have this flag, you can check for that, and that returns true because you don't have it. So what it does, the system, it checks to see all of the current evaluations. And if any of them have changed, it goes to that one that changed and said, what is it that you need different about the scene? So if it's that an event has gone from false to true, like a condition has become true, then it means play the music. If it becomes false, it means turn the music off. So these right now are additive. Like you can play the first one and then play the second one and then play the third one. And as the lights turn on, tick, 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 it doesn't matter that the first one's already true because it's not the most recent one that was set to true. Now, working backwards from that is a little bit more complicated because if I've got like 3 of these things that are true and then this becomes false, what do I do? Do I fall back to 2? Do I fall back to 1? Do I fall back to none? The logic there is not clear just by the virtue of there being booleans. It doesn't have a data structure. It's not like a stack. It's not like anything like that. So it's a little bit complicated because it's undefined. It's not something that I've got a definition for. Right now, for example, I can show you like, and it's actually really cool that we have this system now because I can demonstrate these things really clearly to you with very little effort. So check this out. Okay, so I'm going to create music controller, and I'm going to create an FMOD condition manager. I'm going to have 2 conditions. They're going to be like Rose, not Rose's theme, home cluster. I think that's what they're called. Home cluster. So home cluster, and then here is also home cluster. And then we're going to have 2 conditions, right? And what I'm going to do is have 2 triggers, box collider 2D, and that's set to trigger. I'm going to have this one here, and then I'm going to have a second one that's like here. So they're kind of overlapping. Then I'm going to take each of these triggers and I'm going to put them in the condition. So when a trigger gets set to true, we're going to play this music, or when this one is set to true, we're going to play this music. So this one is on the right. This is going to say, oh, okay, Rose is home when we're inside this one. Whereas outside home is true when we're on this one. So, and this is music. That's it. That's all I have to do to set this up. Now, you want to see that visually, so I'll turn the gizmos on, and then I'll select these 2. So as I step in, you can hear it. As I cross over, that should play the outside version. We can check that. Here. Cross back over. So That's what it's doing at the moment. There's a bit of awkwardness here because like what should happen when they turn off entirely? There's just like a couple of things here that I don't really know what to do in the null case. Do I turn the music off? Do I do nothing? Like we haven't really got logic stuff set up to handle it. So yeah. And I guess down the track, I think this kind of thing, pardon me, will just have to be determined based on like what we need it to do, like what the most frequent thing is. I don't actually know what the most frequent use case is going to be for this, whether we want the music to turn off or do something else. I didn't make the music. I commissioned the music with, well, not commissioned. I contracted the music. We have a composer on the team. So happy with it. I mean, it works well. It's just a little bit, it's just a little bit ill-defined right now. It doesn't have all of the functionality that it needs to. All right. A good free coding software to use in Unity. I mean, Unity requires C#. Free coding software would be something like VS Code. Visual Studio Code is software, but you could use a text editor if you wanted. You could use Notepad, you know. You should do a Unity tutorial someday. I have got a Unity tutorial. A couple on my channel. So that is mostly okay. FMOD event parameter points for crucible excavation. I mean, I've just done that now, so that technically works. Cutscene control, we don't have yet. That is another thing that I kind of need to do. So maybe, oh, that's right. Hey, Squiggy, I think we figured out something. Do you remember how I don't know if you're still in chat, but we were looking at like cutscenes in the game, and you mentioned, oh, hey, like, why don't we just use the FMOD system? Or somebody said it, why don't you just use the FMOD system? And that has served us reasonably well, but do you know what it doesn't do? It doesn't let us set parameter. Oh, you've got initial parameter values. Oh, am I wrong? No, there was something else. Oh, hang on. Oh man, my brain. I was talking to Morgan about this yesterday and I wasn't, I need to remember what the outcome of this was. Sorry, I've just got caught out mentally. We were talking about how we can do the automations. Oh, do you know what? I actually don't know anymore. I can't say. I don't know. I guess we do have these curves set up. What was the reason? Oh man. Oh, that's gonna kill me. I'll have to talk to her about it. There was something about this that wasn't sufficient. Oh, right. It was that this system doesn't know anything about our system in that it just plays an event from scratch. It can't be, you can't give it an event instance, an FMOD studio instance. So if there is music playing in the scene, when the cutscene starts, it will be additive to whatever this is trying to do. Yeah. So we would have to, and I think we could work around this by just like cutting the game's music and then starting a new one here. But in terms of how we handle music, maybe we should just cut the music when we play one of these. I don't know. I could write a little something that just tells the music to turn off. And then just continue on playing with this. I don't know. What's this specific track doing? Oh, so this is for a cutscene. There's like, it's like before a boss battle. You talk to Harriet, and then the music has like 3 different parameter changes over the course of the cutscene. So, you know, it starts at 1. I don't know what's happening here. I made these constant, I'm sure. But anyway. Yeah, this is basically going, okay, we're at this parameter. What the heck is, what just happened? Anyway, I'm not going to play with that. But anyway, it's cutting the music. It's turning the music into a different track. And I think Morgan had written it in such a way that it would continue playing the game. Like, it's just modifying parameters on the track that comes with the scene. I think that's what Morgan had set it up to do. But obviously we can't do that from here because all this knows how to do is play a new one. So I was thinking I could put in one of my little components here, like what I've got everywhere else, and just have it sit there. So it's just like a music change, you know, music FMOD state. And then it just goes, oh, okay, if this is a different track from what the music track is playing, we'll play that. If it's the same track but a different parameter, we'll just change the parameters. I think that's probably where we need to go for music stuff. It'll have to be on my to-do list, I think. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So like FMOD timeline. Did I just stash that stuff? I think I did. Timeline integration. Yeah, it exists. How far did I get? Yeah, it's pretty easy. I've already written half of it. It doesn't have the process frame logic yet, but it wouldn't be too hard to set up. I'm going to leave it though. I'm going to leave it for now. I don't think I want to tackle it today, or at least not this second. All right. Well, let me... Did I change any of this stuff? Yeah. Okay. All right, now let's pull music in. I guess this is doing nothing crazy. And then, yeah, I'll push that. So I'll get to that a little bit later, I suppose. I need to head to the bathroom in a bit, but music controller custom. Polish crucible zone. Crucible zone. I mean, the amount of polish on it is kind of ongoing at this point. FMOD mixer snapshot supported on iContext layer. What the hell? Oh, I see. That's what we were talking about yesterday, Squiggy. So this was to do with making it so that we can duck down the audio when there's a context layer. And you wanted to put a FMOD mixer snapshot on it. My question is, what does that look like? You said it was an event. What is a mixer snapshot? Mixed audio controller? Nope. FMOD snapshot? Is there like a component? Like what is the data structure that needs to be assigned? Or like the class? Same interface, but like, is there an object in the scene? Is there like the little search bar thingy? So it's just an FMOD event? That's just what it's called? Like if I add something to the code, I'm adding an FMOD event parameter onto the, yeah, okay, they are events. Yeah, got you. Okay, so then you want to put an event on a menu being opened or whenever any menu is opened? Like, is this something that we want to do presets for, where it's like, oh, there's like level 1, 2, and 3, or it's like every single menu should have its own event? Because if it's a levels thing, I can do that. I can say, hey, if it could be binary, either like the game audio is playing or we've ducked it down whenever there is a context that is greater than 0, that's overlaying the game. Currently they are additive. So if I open the menu, you can see it gets darker around the menu. If I open up the settings menu, it kind of like gets darker again, like even more. So I don't think we necessarily want to do that. Every single context layer should have its own slot for me, optionally to add a snapshot to play while it's open. Okay, you want to do it like you want to go there. The only thing is that context, like when you say every single context layer, you mean every single menu, every single different instance of a menu in the game. Like the start menu, the settings menu, I guess because you specifically want to do, yeah. It's not about priority stacking. It's more like a random merchant in the game. When you open the cello, I guess you want to be able to do it for every single one. It's just that we if I do presets, then I can say, oh, like all of these kinds of menus, when they get added to the context, do type, context. They do mixer event A. Do you know what I mean? Like, should it be categorical or should it be just straight up every single one gets its own thing? I guess you want it to be every single one gets its own thing. But it just means that if we like forget one, it won't have one, you know? Yeah, you want, I guess for that kind of like, because there are specific ones, because some of them are specific, they kind of all need to be specific. Yeah, all right. I got you. So yeah, I'll do that. Another time, unless you need it now. But I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a sec. Just got to go run to the bathroom for a sec. What's up? Yeah, unfortunately, and I don't know why this is, but the showcase has always had a bug. It has always had a bug where the Chromium little plugin that makes the browser source appear on this thing for GIFs, for animated stuff, sometimes just doesn't do a good job of rendering them. I don't know what it is or how to fix it. This thing up here. Images, great. GIFs, 50-50. I don't know why. It's just the browser source has trouble. It can't be just the browser source. It must be something to do with the JavaScript code on the browser source. It might be some sort of support thing. I don't know because it works locally. And I don't, you know, if I'm working in Chrome, I can test it, but like whatever, it is a Chrome instance that OBS's browser sources work on. But I wouldn't know how to troubleshoot it. Hey Fion, how do I set up GitHub with Unity? You just put the Unity project in a GitHub repo, and then you give other people access on github.com to push to specific branches and read from the main branch. That's basically it. Hey Rencode. Yeah, I can't give you a full setup guide, Fion, but like, I'm not sure what, I mean, maybe you could Google it or like check a YouTube tutorial or something. It can be a complicated process, but I don't know which part you're stuck on. All right. It might be nice to have like more context with some of these. Hey Squiggy, if you're still here, could you provide some FMOD events that have mixer profile switches on them? And so that I can test that works. If it's something that would help you today, I'll do it right now. Okay. Item get refs. I was going to give you these. I can't do that today. I don't know if I can. Boss fight refactors, polish sprites for additional crafting items, fixed parry, sound conditions. That's another one that's a bit annoying. Dialogue for additional crafting items. Yeah. Okay. What about non-urgent? I feel like non-urgent needs to go into development at some point. So, oh yeah, I mean, these are kind of, they've become a little bit more critical now. This one, I really want to get done ASAP. If I don't get it done, I'm never going to get it done. The rest of this stuff's pretty, I mean, reasonable. But actually yesterday, I've come up with so many more tasks while I was, my brother was over and we were just looking at the game and playtesting and stuff. There's polish. That I just when I look at stuff in the game, I say, oh yeah, I'll do that. And then it's just like, there is no, I don't get back to it. So like, I just want to do a quick flyover of things that I said I would do. So first of all, for example, would be new background for neighborhood scene. I said I would do that. Okay, next. Yeah, I mean, look into internal second tone for tile interiors. That is likely not going to happen. That's unvalidated. All right. Yeah, definitely column, moving column appearance revision. That's terrible. That needs a big revision. Definitely the vines. %. They're shocking. The tile set for Crucible. What else we got? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the mechanism, bridge mechanism. That's actually really important. And the switches. No, because I don't have any clinkers. Sorry, Flex Ice. I'm all out at the moment. There is something for... I think I'll put everything that's game related. No. I'll put that back. What else? There was something. Oh yeah, consider. This is like for another time. But explore. It's actually also unvalidated. But it's explore. That's a good one, Ocelot. Explore having quest progress presets generated based on which flags appear in scene. So like today, Morgan was like, which save file should I be testing this scene with? And I was thinking like, man, we're going to build up. If I make more presets, we're going to have so many by the end of things, like random save files for random states. But maybe we could do something where there's a UI that shows you all of the flags that gets checked and set in this scene. And you just say which ones you want true or false. Because obviously if you're in a scene, that's where it matters, right? So like in the Crucible, logistically, these are the flags that are relevant to either have set or not set. So you should be able to do, as you go into the scene, maybe every scene has like a, I don't know, maybe the presets get bound to the scene meta. You make like 1 or 2 or something like that. I'm not sure how we manage it. That's the only thing, is like, as you're playtesting, what is the lifespan of one of these presets? Is it for the current session until you close the scene? A week? A month? When do they, pardon me, when do they get deleted? You know? But that's very low priority. I'll put it on the lowest thing. It just feels like something that we're going to be doing a lot of throughout development. Hey, duck butter, welcome. Of like adding and removing flags to different scenes to test specific, you know, conditions, so that we can do integration. Yeah, so yeah, dodge, roll, ledge grab. Armin. Okay. You know what? This isn't a task. This should be 2. Even almond smears are bad too. All right, anybody else got some nitpicks they want picked? Nits to pick? Okay, what else have we got that really, really needs it? More Crucible background stuff. And then all right. Keep going. Portraits? Any other portraits on characters? Probably a couple. Did I do Hugo? I think they're still the old ones. Okay. I think Hugh is going to have to lose his, but Hugo will get one. Hey, Universal. More props for storytelling of the world. Nitpick. Oh, man. I was going to do a pass on that. I was going to do that. Hey, Tism. I actually get that exact comment all the time, including the first part. All the time people say, I'm sure you get this comment all the time, but how long do you think this left the game's development? Probably at least 2 years, realistically speaking. It's just a big project that's gotten bigger over time, and we're only just getting into like full production. So we still need another funding round, and then we get to like full steam ahead, do the rest of the content. Up until now, it's like, you know, cranking up the car kind of thing. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not offended by it. Do you organize your to-do lists based on priority? They are organized based on priority. The red is higher priority than the green, and it's higher up. Yeah. Orange is very bad in that it said it's like this week. So it's not this week. It's this. Let's do all. Let's figure it out. This is way higher priority. This is high-ish priority. This is higher priority than that even. New background for neighborhood. This is still very high priority actually. Moving columns, appearance or vision. It is high. Ledge grab and get up, super high. Crucible background. Smears are less high. They're kind of here. And then everything that is not, everything from here down needs to not be this week. Chi. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's just a really big game. And that's the thing. You know, I got to the point where at first it was like, just get it out. Just get it out. And then it was like, hang on, this is getting better. It's maybe worth my time to keep going. And now it's like, absolutely do not release the game unless it's perfect. It's just because the amount of time you invest into it, you get that sunk cost thing. I don't like calling it a fallacy because it's kind of like not a fallacy. Like it really is if you've put time into something, the more time you've put into it, the more it's worth to you. That's just facts as far as I'm concerned. Especially if you've been investing in something, like as in you've been putting not just energy into it, but you've been making it better. Okay. Slingshot Martin. That's important. This stuff, yeah, I guess it is important. Shield Martin behavior. Yeah. Damn. That's got to be like... This needs an ending. And yeah, suddenly my task list got massive again. So let's have a think. Having this thing just end is better than nothing. I should just do it so that it does end. Let's do that right now. Huh. Oh, wow. That's really something, huh? She literally I just hard coded a fade out into the next scene. I think there's an easy way to do this. So yeah, cool. It's that simple for me now. With Aftermath being a scene reference. done. A fishing minigame? Probably not. No plans. We'll see. If I just get inspired one day to add one, then maybe we'll get one. What kind of, is this? Oh, okay. Right. Well, Maui, it's like, I think the thing is, like, if there's a very fine line between having put the time in and that being the reason why you don't want to stop, and having put the time in and the thing being more valuable and that being the reason why you don't want to stop. And it's the thing in the middle, the honesty that you have to have is like, am I making progress here? Is this heading where it needs to go? That's the part that's the important part. So to me, the issue with calling sunk cost fallacy what it is that, like, I think it encourages us to, the heuristic feels like we're saying, hey, anytime you've put a lot of time into something, that's not a reason to keep doing it. And that's fair, but they call them thought terminating statements, I think they're called. You know, it's like, it doesn't invite you to think more critically beyond the idea of being afraid of investing too much time into something. Like some things do require a lot of time. But I don't know how to, like, I think people should be curious about the distinction. Like when is enough time, or when is too much time, or when should you double down? Joel's Goals says, I live in Taiwan at the moment and I've been enjoying watching you live during my lunch break. Hey, I'll definitely buy your game and release. Thank you so much. Oh, there are mini games. There's just not necessarily a fishing one. Since many of the mixer snapshots currently can be quite subtle. Wacky test snapshot. Okay. All right. Sure thing, Elias. I'll look into that. Okay. So, I got to test to make sure this works. Let's go fight Harriet. I'm going to try to speedrun this. Ow. Hang on. Killing the vibe. Oh, I missed. Ow. Oh, it's a bit fast. Me too, said Terrible. I love it. That it's so cool. Okay. Well, technically it works. I just created a new task that is yeah. Cool. So it's now already 2:55. I don't know where this went, but I guess it's just like FMOD discussion. I feel like I owe it now to Elias to like do the task that I set. All right. Custom FMOD event snapshot on eye context layer. Let's do it right now. Adds quick and dirty scene change for Harriet on boss defeat. It should have the green ensign ability in it. I'm doing a little bit of mucking around with this. Yesterday I was doing some funky stuff where maybe some of the books have ensigns in them. So like the idea would be similar to the spiders in the old chapter. So maybe the arena becomes much more complicated than just the bookshelves, but it's kind of a little bit ambitious to spend that time. It would take me like an afternoon, I think, to even approach making it as complicated as that. But, you know, what's that scene graph? It's a tool that I built. Helps me manage my game world. Okay. So let's go do this thing right now. I did. I made it with Elzak, who's a stream chatter here. Yeah, I'm thinking like going higher would be better than going lower. But anyway, we'll talk about it. So FMOD event snapshot support on eye context layer. So we go eye context layer, and then we say public FMOD event. FMOD, it's like event reference. FMOD mixer event. And then the thing is, this has gotta, the problem is this is an interface and not an abstract class. If it was an abstract class, we could force things that inherit it to have a property, and then it would just be easy. But instead, we need to just consistently re-implement this thing as a function, something like get fmod mixer event, something like that. And then that's just what it is. So now, like everywhere that is one, we need to sort of implement the interface and then return, default or something like that, even if there isn't one. And then public event reference mixer event. Okay, and then there should be a bunch of other context layers that fail here. Oh, only 3 others. That's good. So ensign mastery menu needs also to have one. Basically the exact same thing I just did 3 times. So one thing I really dislike about interfaces in in C# is that you can't, they're not really like classes. You can't force there to be properties. You can only force there to be functions. You can do get setters, but in Unity, if you want to be able to pass stuff through the inspector, you can't do it through a get setter. You have to do it through a public or a serialized variable. Okay, what else? Menu controller, this is the easiest one. Now, hey Squiggy, are you looking to have an instance or an event for these? I guess that's up to me, isn't it? But should I be creating an instance for each of these menus, or will we have a global instance? We're trying to play and stop things, aren't we? So I think you want me to put an instance on each of the context layers. Hey, Neil Future, I'm looking to do that. I'm looking to put it out on the store, but we need to do some development on it before it's ready. We're talking about scene graph, right? Hoolander says, hi Adam, out of all the game engines, which one do you think is easier to use? I think Godot is probably the easiest. They need to be stopped later. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I would still need to have like a collection, right? I would have to have a parallel collection of instances that matches the collection of context layers, so that when I remove a context layer, I'm stopping the instance that is bound to it. At that point, you might as well put them on the context layers, because, yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah, well, I'm trying to think about what would be the most efficient way to do that. Let me just think. Maybe. All right, let's just keep it like this, actually. Let's keep it like this. I might manage that second collection. It's no big deal. Design lockup. Okay, sure thing, bud. All right. Yeah, like design lockup probably doesn't even need one. I don't think it needs one. Yeah, I think Godot is probably the most developer-friendly, like first-time developer, hobbyist-friendly engine you can get that will actually give you the skills to make games in the way that other engines make them. I think Game Maker is like it's totally off the wall for me. I don't think that it teaches you the skills. Not the skills. I don't think it teaches you the models, the mental models that other engines do, that other engines work in, because it's so custom. It has its own terminology for everything that's askew to how it actually is in every other programming environment. So like the idea of an object and a class and a script and an instance in every other engine, this means something. In Game Maker, all of these things mean something slightly different. And it's really annoying. Yeah, yeah, that's what I would say as well. Unity, I think, is a more complete experience, but I think it's possible to graduate from Godot to Unity. I don't think... So if you're like too intimidated by Unity, I would say you can try starting with Godot if you're making small projects, and then upgrade to Unity once you want to like make a big boy game. Okay, so we got the FMOD mixer events, and then we are going to go to context system. Cool. And then public, what is this? It's a list of FMOD event instance. I guess it would be context layer. It would be maybe a dictionary of context layer and then event instance. It was. How does that, what is it fmod dot event instance? FMOD Studio. Oh, get this out of here. Sorry. Thank you. So this should be the right one now. Yeah. Cool. All right. You must have run into that a bunch of times. Ooh, I should rename this. This is FMOD. Oh. That is so weird. Why is this here? That doesn't need to be there. Add CL and then new event instance. Is that how that works? Runtime manager.create instance. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. just realized I could do it faster. Cool. We could do a contains if instance.fmod.contains key. Now, dictionary is kind of okay as long as we don't have double contexts, in which case then we're screwed. But for now, let's just assume that it's fine. So pop context layer. So we're removing layer, remove layer. Now CL is the last one, but we don't use CL anymore. So I'm going to take it away and I'm just going to say layer here instead. Let's call this CL and then rename it again, layer. Boom. Same thing here. Much better. So if it contains layer, stop. Remove layer. Cool. All right. Well, that's pretty straightforward to me. Let's have a listen. Release after stop. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Beneath this pillow is the key to my release. All right, and then there was one other thing. If the layer is not default, we want to make sure that's not the case. So if little bit verbose here. Oh, actually, there is something here where I can say global audio dot valid. What did I do? Is valid. Oh no, it's on FMOD state. I should allow this to be an extension method. Oh, it is? Event reference doesn't, unless I'm not looking at the right place. There is string is null. Hey Rays, welcome. Is this what you mean? Is null. Yeah, I hope that's okay. Okay, well let's try that then. We'll see if that works. All right. Well, we've validated it on the way in. Looks good to me. All right. I'm trying a bit harder. I'm trying to write properly because I've got people watching me now. Not that I haven't had people watching me, but people I respect, you know. Okay. Well, now we got to go to a random menu in the game and assign one of these things to it. So maybe I go to the game engine, and then I go to the menu. UI game menu, where are you? Here. And then there's your mixer event. So we're just going to put in, oh, I didn't pull from Git. So let's just say adds whip FMOD mixer event support. FMOD mixer support to context system. Okay. And then let's push that. And then let's pull from, we'll fetch and pull from sound design, I guess. Yes. Merge into development. Ooh, I love that green tick. Oh, nope. Okay. That can come over this side. That can come over this side. And then close and then commit. Thank you very much. Okay. Refresh, close. Wacky test snapshot. Let's go. On a scene with literally no music. Let's play boss fight V2. No, at least not yet. Okay. The game menu has the wacky snapshot test. I think it might validate on the way out too, because it will be trying to stop a null event instance. No, but it validated on the way in. So it won't have added it at all if it was invalid on the way in, which means there'll be nothing to take off on the way out. It's not just not playing it, it's not even adding it. So we should be good. Let me check. That's all right. Adding context. FMOD event.path. Just a test. It works. At least it thinks it works. Like this is happening. And it's calling start on the instance. Is there really no way when you look at an instance to get the reference. All right, whatever. Yeah, it's working, but I'm not hearing it. We know at the very least that this is getting called and then this is being started. Is there anything that I should be doing? Do you know what? I could just put some music in there, right? It doesn't even have to be. Yeah, we could try rebuilding the project. I do have it open, so maybe I'll just F7 that boy. But do I need to, hang on a second. If I go to banks, should it have, where was that wacky one? Control 2. Control F2. I got you. Snapshots. Oh, there. I don't got it. Weird. Maybe did I not pull that in just now? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I picked it, didn't I? Oh, wait, no, event not found. What? Wait, what? Wait. Do you know what? I've made a mistake. Let me go back to Insignia FMOD. Let's discard the changes because I had it open, yeah? Let's go back over here, refresh the banks, close it. Now it's there. No, it's there. If I go to FMOD now, I'll reopen the project. It should be there now. I'm expecting it to be. And then I go Control 2, and then I go here. I should see under snapshots, wacky snapshot. If I go to F5 and connect it to the game, okay. How do I know if this is on? Oh, I can't. That's annoying. That's a shame. All right, well, I'll close that. Let's play something else. Let's just play like... more obvious than that even. Chomp. Okay, well, it plays the event. That's all I got. Good enough for me. You got to figure that out on your side. Cool. I'm going to tick that off. I'm going to keep going. 326. Yeah, boy. All right, no worries. Forward line. I really want to get this done. I'm desperate for this one. My brain just wants to solve this problem. So there's an issue, and it's a very minor issue. It's an issue with like the control scheme of the game, where if you hold forward, which many people do when they're playing a side scroller. Hang on, so people playing a side scroller, they do this. They walk, they hold the controller down, and then when they see an enemy, they just spam the attack button. The problem is, in my game, there are directional attacks, so spamming attack gives you forward tilt. You're just going to keep getting this. You can interrupt it, which goes into a neutral attack, but then you just toggle between neutral and forward if you spam. I see this happen all the time. It bothers the hell out of me. So what should happen, I think, is that you should have to release forward and press forward again to get a forward attack. And in fact, you shouldn't... I might even make it that if you happen to be holding forward when you press attack, well, I'll need to do a bit of playtesting to make sure that I can isolate the right scenarios, because I don't want to cancel out my own. Yeah, like for me, I want that to be a thrust right now. I want to do that. You know, that's what I want to happen. And I can play around that. Like, you know, I come down, fight these guys, I press forward, and then I press up, and then I do whatever I want. Maybe I'll just have it be that it only works the first time. So let's go sword behavior. Let's go forward attack. Handle defending attacks, no. Let's go all the way to the top. Handle cancelling into next attack. That's what we want. And we want to make it so that handle interrupting directional attacks with others. I think you have to have buffered a direction to do that. Maybe it's not cancel. Well, do you know what's hard about this? Is that because of the way that this works, if I do the thrust, you can't cancel thrust into another thrust. It'll only do the next available attack, which is the fallback, which is the normal attack. But from the normal attack, you can cancel into the thrust. So if you never let go, you'll just loop through that little flow chart state. You'll go from this to this and from this to this. And the only way to make this not happen is if I remember persistently on every state change, like whether or not you've let go of the button at any point in this. And the trouble with that is that I do this thing every so often where I refresh grounded attacks and I make it so that you can just do all of them. I just let you do all of them again. That typically happens when you land. It happens if attack is held on state complete. That's fine. That's no problem. What else have we got? If you use an ability. Okay, well that's fine then. And then what is this? Exited combat, if you leave the state. Okay, no, that sounds actually pretty reasonable. So now the question is, this cancel into directional attack. If attack is held, and we've buffered a direction, that's holding the attack button and then tapping left or right. Otherwise, if attack is buffered, input attack confirm, but then set defend. Oh, you've held the attack button. Otherwise, if attack is buffered, I wonder if this needs an else. Because this is going to overwrite that. Let me just see what happens there. It feels like that shouldn't overwrite that. Let's have a look. Mm-hmm. I mean, feels right to me. So then that's not going to fix our problem though, because we can still do this. So let's keep going. Set next attack. So set grounded attack, allow special. I wonder what special is. If allow special, down, forward, back. This is, okay, then this is direction. Not special. So set ground attack. So all it's doing right now is checking to see if we're allowed to do it, and then if the input for that is pressed, if you're holding the button, and if the state is active, if you're not already in it. Okay. Well, there'd be one more condition, which is, is it banned, basically? So attacks by permission. Now, I really want to shrink this down. It's starting to get a bit long. But let's just, for now, we'll just put up with it. It's the forward attack that I specifically want. Let's just try that. I wonder what's going to happen. I actually have no idea. Okay, literally nothing. Oh, that's forward air attack. Hang on. Oh, I love when the thing that you thought was going to work didn't work, but then you figure out it was for a different reason that it didn't work. You get like another chance. Second chance. Aha. Okay. There we go. So I can swing up, forward, up, but I can't swing forward again afterwards. So what that means is that I need to be able to replenish all of the attacks that aren't whenever you use a directional attack that isn't the one that, like this one, is banned right now. I can't lunge forward while I'm spamming. But I can if I wait. The problem is that they never replenish. So when I commit attack, I think right now this is attacks by permission. Attacks by permission dot add becomes air combo, down, forward, up, air. These are all air attacks. Down, forward, air, up, air, down, air. What? Down attack. Where is up attack? What the heck? Down, down air. Forward, up air. Why these specific abilities in this order? Used air attacks becomes air combo, forward, up, down. What the heck? Down, forward, up. But what about just normal forward attack? And normal up attack? Why is this here? It looks like they're just the air attacks. But then there's just down attack sitting there on its own. All right, well, I guess I'll add the others. So there's one more thing here. If attacks by permission contains key. Okay, so what I want to say is if this is a grounded directional attack, return permissions for all other attacks. And I don't think I want to do that here actually. Yeah, what is this? Oh, this is set air attack. Okay. What am I doing here? Oh, how did I get here? Like, where am I? Not this one. Just commit attack, right? Yeah, it's here. So it's I don't understand how this is possible that these were in attacks by permission. But I never added them. I only just added forward. Even back attack should be here. Man. I don't technically know. These, I just added these. I just added these now. So how was I able to access them in this code here? Like back attack. Attacks by permission at back attack is true, but I never added back attack to attacks by permission. It's not here. So what is this doing? What is this doing if it's not? Bro, unless it's come in from the prefab instance. No, you can't get to it from here because it's not inspectable. I just added these and none of them are back attack anyway. Attacks by permission equals new dictionary. It's not, I never even set it up. Whatever. Hey Chungli, a couple years still. Whatever, I'm not going to say anything about it. Just going to leave it as it is. So we refresh grounded attacks whenever we commit attack down. This is really hard, man. I don't want to have to do that. Okay. I'm going to have a thing called grounded attacks. Yeah. All right. All right. And then here we're going to do Hey Cameron, not doing too bad. Isn't there like a suggestion thing here? I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to leave it. It's not combo. It gave combo. Not that one. It's picky stuff, but I think that works. Yeah, so I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. But I can't spam forward. You can't do the same directional attack in a row. If you just hold forward and do attack, you'll never get the same attack twice. You'll never get the same directional attack again unless you do a different directional attack and then do it. Or unless you cancel the whole combo. So if you do this, you can still do that. I can't stop you from doing that because I don't really want to stop you from doing that. But if you're spamming the button, you're just going to get combos. I think that's pretty elegant. Those breadth first searches are pretty dangerous. I know. All right. Oh, that makes me feel really good. I love stuff like this that no one will even think of. It'll just be in the game and you'll always get the result you want. And the people who wouldn't spam the button won't feel anything. The people who would spam the button, they just get something different to what they would. They just get a different default expectation. And we've still got 10 minutes of the hour left. Wow. What else? Bridge mechanism. Oh, I do need to do that. I'm a bit dreading it. But god damn it, I gotta do it. Hey, Botch Hubs. Welcome. This might need an hour and a bit. All right. I might need to take a break before we do this one because I'm a bit scared of this task. So what it is we have to do before I go. I commit that? Yeah. It's this appearance. What the heck? What are you doing? You're not supposed to be here. Okay, sure thing. So that's okay. This is a door. And reached bridge mechanism stops you from going through. So then if we are here, we get stopped. I think I want that to actually not do that. I think I want it to have a little S above it, like an interaction. I'll fix that later. Is that Notion? No, it's Figma. Make side doors require S to interact when locked. Yeah, it's a bit annoying when I'm just like, you didn't even press the button. And he's like, nope, I don't want to do that. Okay. So, that's fine. The point is, this looks like it's getting more and more sparse. There were so many gears here before. Where did they all go? It's like someone losing their teeth. There were like 5 more gears. All right. Right now, it doesn't really look like anything. It's just a bunch of circles. I'm thinking what I could do is just have a bunch of sprites that sit in front of this that look like housing. So you still see in the gears turn, but they're not just exposed like this. They're like a wooden construction around the gears. So it just looks like a machine that has gears poking out the top and the bottom that happen to be turning. Yeah. So that it just looks like something. Otherwise, they're just naked gears. And this is a G-rated channel. We can't have that happening. So, and I think I'll just do the mechanism twice. I'll just make it a prefab, copy paste it, no big deal. So, there's still this thing in the previous version of this. There was like a little door here, and Armin's like, I guess I'm going to try to have to go around the other way when the bridge is out. That feels like quite a clear forward motivation, like an onward journey from where we are. At the moment, Armin's like, how am I going to get across now? He gets upset, and that's it. I don't love that. I think there needs to be some kind of thing. Maybe Pillow says something like, I think I saw like an extra switch on the way down or something like that. That's a little bit forced, but it's better than nothing. So coming back to this thing, we just need to house this. I used to have like a really complex, did that open up Steam? No. Oh, I think it did actually. I think that I used to have this really complicated bridge mechanism that was like this like water contraption. I don't know if I've still got it. Bridge gate, bridge rail, bridge mechanism. Gosh, so old. Some of these assets, man. Yeah, you're not going to see it. But I had this thing where it was like a buckets and water, and that became the pulley lift. Or at least that sort of logic became the pulley lift. Now, I just think it needs to be a big mechanical thing. I don't think it needs to have much more than that. I draw with a tablet in Sprite. So, where does that leave us? I guess I just want to do a big screenshot of this and then draw over it. I got to work on this background too. All right. Let's just grab this for now and we'll work it out. I really shouldn't have kept the smoke in this scene because it's totally ruined the ability to copy and paste these things. I really don't need to be doing this right now. I really, really don't, but here I am. How long could it take? 7 hours later. Oh no, we're almost done. Oh, you like that? You do that too? Going the long way when the short way is right there? This was the better way. Okay. It's not even consistent enough to be anything. But anyway, this is enough visually for me to know what the hell I'm dealing with, so we'll work from that. Let's just hypothetically say that's the bridge. And in fact, I might even just copy, paste, flip. Sorry, buddy, you gotta go. You know, I get like so like invested in not doing a task, and then I start doing it. I'm like, oh, it's not so bad. Like I get like emotional, like, oh, don't make me. And then I do it. It's like, oh, well, you know, it's fine. So, gear housing. I'm thinking something that's a bit steam trainy, maybe. Oh man, AI has ruined Google. Oh yes, it's a steampunk gear house. 15 steampunk house design ideas for a unique look. Ah yes. Just put gears all over your house. Also, the house is non-existent. I feel like steampunk has been completely ruined in the last 15 years. I feel like whatever steampunk was, now all it is just throw 100 gears on the thing. It used to be something a little bit more interesting, and now I hate it. Like, with a passion. Like anything, people who wear like the top hats and the like flying goggles, it's like, I don't hate you, but like for some reason it feels tasteless, and I don't know why. Because like pirate, I like, that's fine. But steampunk feels like there's just nothing interesting in it anymore. It's like, because it's the same like 3 visual elements repeated over and over and over and over and over again. Like, if you put in, what was the time period? Is it Victorian? Like, there's so many other things from that, almost like Sherlock Holmesy kind of what's it? You know, the one with Robert Downey Jr. Like, there are so many things from this era that you can that you can pull from that time period that is still living in this kind of like, it's still a bit, you know, you can go steampunk in there. But the fashion and everything else goes with it. And I also, you know what I think ruined it for me? It might have been BioShock Infinite. It might have been BioShock. Just totally destroyed it, any interest that I had in it. Because it's this idea that like, what really bothers me is like, oh, you just take the idea of like robots, and instead, because we want it to be a period piece, we just make the robots have exposed gears. Like, that's not, you can't explain AI. You can't make an automaton just because you put gears, you know what I mean, together. Like, that's not like going to be a person, you know? It's that kind of thing of like, oh yeah, we've augmented people by putting gears on them. I almost buy the, you know, Mary Shelley Frankenstein concept more. I like that even more, because it's like, well, we took a person, we didn't give them extra stuff, we just shocked them back to life. We just put a bunch of person bits together, we made a person out of it. Okay, fine. But like this like clockwork puppet thing of like, oh yeah, we made steam trains and then we made people out of clockwork. It's like, it's not even interesting. It's not like believable or like thought-provoking to me. It's just weird. because computers took a long time to be useful. Like, it took ages for computers to be able to do anything. I don't hate BioShock Infinite. I really disliked it though. I think I was, I think what happened was I had never played one of these games before. And I didn't realize that it was going to feel like Doom or like Duke Nukem 3D. Like, I thought FPS games, the games that I had been playing on like the 360 and like, you know, whatever in this generation were like Halo inspired. Like Halo and Gears of War, much like heavier, much more like aim, like not informed by like Quake. Whereas this was like a AAA game in its vision, the concept art, but like the game felt kind of, especially the AI and the guns and how they feel, like the gunplay and the enemy AI felt like an arcade game or like an old DOS game, and I hated it. It's the kind of thing where like an enemy detects you and then immediately is facing your direction and firing a gun. And it's like, hey, whoa, like, where's my like The Last of Us level of like, you know, animation states and like telegraphing? And BioShock is just like such a like an older style game, and that really irked me. And then the plot is like extremely it's kind of, I feel like the whole game's a little bit garish. Like the way that it presents its ideas, the way it looks, even like what's her face, Elizabeth. It's like she's such a flat kind of a thing. It's like it's like Ramona Flowers, you know. There's something about it that's just not. It's almost like pulpy, but not self-aware enough to be like, to make me like it. I don't know. I didn't like it very much. If you couldn't tell. Yeah, like whoever was like the concept artist on BioShock Infinite, I like get it. Like the Columbia, you know, it's like a American, like what do you call it? Like the vision of like the American kind of like manifest destiny taken to the nth degree or whatever. That I get. That's cool. I like the very like almost circus-y thing that it's got going on, you know. And I like the idea of like the Vox Populi and like all of the, I guess, the writing in the lore of the game, like the ideas that it's trying to contend with. I like all that stuff. That's cool. Like the lore of the game is cool, but the game itself, I don't know, man. It wasn't my cup of tea at all. The twist was not bad, but it you know, you really have to earn that stuff. And Infinite's one of those games that really suffers with the what do you call them? Like the voice memos. Like it's just like, oh yeah, and then you have to listen to a bunch of these audio logs, you know? If you want the real story, it was something about that generation of games where it was like, you kind of, you know, it's like, do you let them get away with it? At the time, I guess we kind of did, but it's become a big no-no. Like a lot of the things that were staple to games in that generation, we now just go, Like they were like a cost saving measure kind of thing that you could sort of, you accept it because, oh, well, you know, it's better than nothing. Like, you know, we don't have any animation for this character. We can't make an event where the character walks in and talks to you. So like, maybe we'll just make it like a recording that you found, you know? Okay. You know, I'll buy it, but I'll buy it in 2007. I won't buy it in 2025. So it's because it commits those little sins, you know, I find it hard to look back on it and say like, this is my jam. I mean, it wasn't my jam at the time. It was never my jam. But it makes me, it also kind of made me hate steampunk, maybe. Yeah, I almost feel like I didn't play the original, so I can't say BioShock. Because I know like it comes from System Shock. Like there's a whole other game that's a, you know, a much older game. Hey, Jiggy School. It's a custom one. Yeah. Now, what do I think about what I'm doing so far? Right now I'm just blocking a bunch of stuff in, but do I even like it? Not really. But I think if I bring this like way up to like here, it might work a little better for me. It's really about the shape more than anything. I just have to like the shape of it. It doesn't have to make a lot of sense. It just has to look cool. And right now it doesn't yet. Oh, I did like that, Dakota. Yeah, I thought that Beach Boys song, that one got me. Is that song... hey, AFJ, thank you so much for the sub. Is that song really cynical or what? God only knows what I'd be without you. It made me feel bad when I listened to it. I didn't realize it was... It's kind of... It feels weird. Like, not weird. Rude. Weird. It feels rude, that song. Like mean-spirited almost. It's like, if you should ever leave me, though my life would still go on, believe me, I'll... something without it. I'll make you so sure about it. It's like... Are you trying to say that you don't love this person, but you want them to think that you do? Is that the meaning of the song? I don't like it. Like, I don't know. Where am I from? I'm Australian. I'll make you so sure about it. Oh, you mean what's my ethnic background? Lebanese. So you were dead on. Palestine is right there. Yeah, Lebanese. Very good guess. Ahlan. God only knows the meaning of the relationship, like the value. Also the fear of losing them. Yeah, but I don't know. It's a weird you know what the line that ruins it for me is? I'll make you so sure about it. I don't like that. It just doesn't feel like something an authentic person would say. I may not always love you. That's the first line. I may not always love you? What? And then it flips, but as long as there are stars above you, you never need to doubt it. That sounds like backhanded, you know? If you should ever leave me, well, life would still go on, believe me. The world could show nothing to me. Okay. I don't like it. As a love song, it's weird. Why are you trying to like double back on it? Just say you love them. It's like, we're not like the other love songs. We're practical. Like, just know your audience right now. Do you know what the problem with this is? It looks like you could stand on it. It looks like, oh yeah, I'll just run down here and across there and up there and done. That's no good. If I put it behind, not all of them, but behind some of them. Okay, all the way to the bottom. Well, that's no good either. But if I duplicate the layer and then erase a lot of it, then I could do more with this. It's pretty cool. I'll make you so sure about it. God only knows what I'd be without you. Ooh, God only knows what I'd be without you. barbershop. But I guess it is a ballad, yeah. I mean, in the game, it's a barbershop quartet, right? But in the song, yeah, I guess it's a ballad. Hey, Yumeji. Oh, so long. Since 2017. But making really good progress at the moment. We've got a budget, we've got a team. Incredible progress. I need a holiday though. I'm starting to get pretty tired. But I am going to GDC later this year, so... Well, not even later this year. It's like 4 weeks away. Jesus. Soon. So hopefully that's... It's not really a holiday though, is it? It's more like a work holiday. If you want to even call it that. You would say, in America, you would say vacation. But we say holiday. On holiday. I need a holiday. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe straight after GDC, I gotta go for a break. That would be good. All right. Maybe I should have let me rethink this for a second. If I do this instead, then everything can be nice and consistent in a diamond shape. You would think the fatter one would be higher because it would carry more weight. Maybe I can make this more like 2 smaller ones. It's pretty hectic. I mean, it's so crazy. What am I looking at? I think I might remove this bottom gear though. I think maybe we just go straight down here like that. And then we can remove like all of this and this. Maybe we still have this. Just showing some structure that's behind. Yeah, now it's looking more, we're still getting there. We're not quite there yet. I feel like it really needs to bite into the rock a bit more. And I've got to replace some of this stuff with metal. And I like the diamond shapes. I'm a real stickler for diamonds. So if I can get implicit diamond shapes through the background and the foreground bits overlapping, like this is, it's, what do they do? There we go, primo. I'm like, it's a hand gesture of some description. It's, see? I'm just going to put these little everywhere. They look like big bolts. I mean, they will be bolts, but for now, just to mock them in. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Metal pins. Thanks, Yumeji. Oh, dude. Yeah, I can show you some older stuff if you want. Older concept art. Check it out. I can show you gameplay. Let's call it Insignia packs. You want to look at some packs demos? Look at this. This is from 2007, I think. Maybe 08. No, this is 2017. Sorry, not 08. The game didn't exist in 2007, I promise. 2017. My boy looked like he was in a straitjacket. He looked like he was about to Petrificus Totalis. So like, just looking at this shot, this is like, you know, pretty early. A lot is the same and a lot's different. Like, it's that compared to that. That compared to that. You know? Oh yeah, like this and this. Look at the portrait compared to this. Just, it's grown a lot. That was 2017. I can show you some even more embarrassing stuff if you want. She's exactly the same, but like this was. Like the ideas are there, right? Like you can still combo enemies. There's not much VFX. There's not really, it's like you can sort of see what I'm doing, but none of the bits kind of like come together. You can parry things, Dark Souls style. I remember there's a gentleman named Paul, who's a Sydney game developer. He made a game called Boomerang Fu. If you've seen it on the Switch store, it's very popular. When he saw this, he was like, the pixel art's so smooth. He was being so generous to me. He's such a nice guy. That's all I'll say. It's a very nice thing to say. No ledge grab, only wall jump. No perspective on that door. You see that? That is a rectangle. That is a rectangle. Yeah. There was a spiral staircase. You couldn't go up it in 2017. It was just visually there, but you couldn't go up it. Look, there's the kingdom in the background. You know, this idea of these two-tone trees, like that became something. This stair sprite is still in the game. Like this is basically what you're looking at when you see. This scene's a bit muted because I'm doing something with it, but like that's this right now. This is this. This is like I was trying to do something with the lighting. Don't worry about it. But also this. That was before there was a bridge. There's no bridge in this one. Look at the hedgehogs now. That's the watchtower. That's actually from 2018. It's a pretty good sprite for 2018. That was the year after. So I went from this to this the following year, that tower. Yeah, gangs, you know, it's interesting. The problem is, I will put all of Insignia in a nutshell for you, okay? This is the nutshell. I've talked about this before on stream, so those of you who are familiar with what I do, it's no big, this is like not new. But let me show you something. I'll show you the seed that planted in my brain and how we got here. Okay. There is a GIF. I've shown it before on stream. It is... Where are you? This goddamn GIF. Okay. See this? I was mucking around in like 2017. These are health bars as walls. And I'm just like, oh, I can like, if I reset the air combo when you do an attack, and when you land on the wall, then you can indefinitely jump. And I can do like platforming if you like extend the jump with attacks and then you reset the combo when you hit the wall, you can jump indefinitely. That's a really cool thing. That's a really cool platforming thing. And then I had this idea of like, oh, what if you parry an enemy and they pop up into the air and then you can jump at them and use their airborne enemy as a way to extend your air combo. Now you can parry an enemy, jump after it, attack it, and then grab onto a ledge that you couldn't hit afterwards because you had to make that jump. That little, that seed in my brain basically made me like try to build the game in such a way that I could do that, or at least I tried to build the content with the game I already had around that vague idea. So that was the 2017 demo. If I go 1.5 MP4, this demo is from a lot later. It's from 2020. Here you can see the bridge that we're working on right now. There's this thing of like, oh, I'm going to make this so that when I attack the spiders, you don't just like get some distance. You actually, I'll go a bit further on. Hang on. That spider boss will make a return to the game, but they're not in it right now. As will these spiders. They'll be in the game. They're just not in it right now. So like, okay, I attack the spider and I get a set amount of distance. It's not just you get a bit of extra air. It's like, oh no, like, because there's so many ways to screw it up. So instead of letting you screw it up, I'll make you go a set amount of space. When you jump off the wall, when I hit that spider, anywhere that I hit it, you're gonna end up just in time to hit the next one. Like I'll force it so that you have to go where you need to go. Then it was like, okay, I've got these spiders that can do this thing, this platforming thing, and I've got like this idea of like chaining attacks together to make it up to crazy heights or whatever. But still, the game, it didn't work because long-term progression in the game didn't exist. And these abilities didn't go anywhere. Like the spiders abilities don't come with you in the levels where there's no spiders. So there's no puzzling. Like the way that you do this is you just attack the spiders. It's still just Celeste at this point. There's no like hook. It's just like, oh yeah, your game has some fun spiders in it. So I persisted. I was like, now it's 2020, right? It's like 3 years in and I've built all this stuff and it looks pretty and I've got cutscenes and I've got health logs and I've got, you know, the bar, all this stuff is there. I've even got different weapons and you can craft and do all kinds of stuff, but the game still doesn't like stick together. I can't like market this, and it's harder and harder to make more content. Like every time I add new quests and stuff, it's like, well, I got to make new content, new enemy types, because the old stuff I can't make new puzzles out of old content because the old content is just so, it's so single purpose. I can't like make puzzles out of it. And I did that until 2022 and was halfway through most of the way through making the chapter 2 plot. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. Like, it's not fun to play. The enemies don't mean anything. You just run straight past them. Like this guy here, why would you fight him? You don't have to, he's just there. And all of the enemies were like that, except for the spiders in this scene. It's like, you can just ignore that hedgehog if you want. In fact, I do, right? Like, because it doesn't have any purpose in the level. It doesn't have anything that you need. It's just a thing that's in the scene that, okay, you can get coins, but like, you know, what's the function of these things? At first it was crafting gear, the crafting materials, but it just is not a fun way to play the game, in my opinion. So then I had to stop and rethink, and then we got the ensign system, which is where we're at now. It's taken so long to get to here, but now it's like a genuinely fun thing. And along the way, of course, yeah, my skills have gotten better. But you know, now it's like, okay, you beat the hedgehog, now you have this charge attack. Okay, if you can get up here, now you touch this thing and it's like, oh, you use the charge attack to get across the way, and then you can get your little ring or something like that. Like, the puzzle platforming elements are way more interesting, and the possibilities are way higher now because you take the enemy abilities with you. It's like that spider was cool, but now it's like, oh, okay, the spider becomes a puzzle piece that, you know, you have a reason to go throughout the level and fight these enemies, and you can do cool combat stuff with it if you want, you know, if you want to be flashy, or you can go look for opportunities to get to higher ledges that you couldn't get to otherwise, or, you know, whatever it is. So, and there'll be more things throughout the game that require more creative use and more decisive use of these abilities. But it all started in 2017 with this thing. And what's really key is that I couldn't make a game more complicated than this when I made this. I couldn't make any of the stuff. Putting the abilities inside of enemies in 2017 was impossible. There's no way I could have done it. Every enemy was its own script from scratch. The way that enemies walked, the way that they looked and found the player, the way that they had their state machine, from scratch, every script. It was garbage code. Now it's like, oh, okay, you want to give this enemy an ability? I drop a component on the enemy, done. Now the enemy has an ability that makes it affiliated with water, and water particles appear when it does its attacks. And when you parry the attacks, you get the water ability. One component, just drop it on. So it's like, I had to become a better artist, a better engineer, a better everything to get to the point where the game world that I was building had a game behind it that was worth telling the story inside of that world, if that makes sense. And you know what? The next question you could ask, which is one that I've asked myself, is what if I just cared about the story? Could I not have made like a cave story kind of game with, you know, dinkier graphics, but like, you know, a nice plot or something like that? And the answer is, yeah, I could have. I don't know if many people would have played that game though. That's the key. I just don't know if people would have played that one. It might have been really good too, but I'm not sure it would have been successful. Because I don't think I would have been able to market that game. I don't know who would have played it. Scriptable objects. There are scriptable objects for the abilities here. It's complicated because it's an action game. So they're behaviors that have scriptable objects on them. So the scriptable object aspect of it is like the icons and the colors and that kind of stuff. But the behavior stuff is just components. So like a hedgehog might have some animation that's some like actual just script on it that lets it do a little spiral at you. But that spiral having the fire ability is a scriptable object attached to the animation, like attached to the behavior state. Which means I can make any ability a special ability. I can make any animation a special attack if I want to. And I can make it whichever kind of special attack I want. I can make it a fire one or a water one because I just attach a different scriptable object to it. Yeah. So it is definitely scriptables, but it's not scriptables in the sense that, like in an RPG, like a turn-based RPG, you might just have the abilities be exclusively scriptable objects. It's like everything is a scriptable object because it's all just assets. It's just like, well, this is the attack and it has this effect and it does this much damage and blah, blah, blah. But in my game, like an ability isn't just an animation. It's also like logic, it's checking the position of the rigid body. It's checking how long it's been in the animation for. It's checking, there's a lot of runtime stuff that makes an ability what it is. Armin has an ability that lets him slide along the ground while he's going downhill. He picks up speed. If he's going uphill, he slows down speed. And then it has an exit condition if you break some threshold. It's like you wouldn't put that in a scriptable object because there's not enough. I mean, there's so many runtime things that relate to the scene and the context that it doesn't make sense to put it there. But for sure, the branding of the ability, the VFX kind of like properties of it, like what color is it? What's the prefab for the particle system that you put on it? That's all scriptable, for sure. Like I've got a gradient for every ability that when you have an ensign, a little gem in that like spawns in the scene that carries that ability, it spawns the gradient behind it. So yeah, hope that makes sense. Yeah, kind of. Hey, Yumeji. Yeah, thanks for watching. Hey, Vu Huangnam. How's it going? Are there enemies with combined abilities? There are enemies that have multiple, yeah, for sure. Yeah, like there's a fight that I always go and showcase when I'm playing the game. This guy has multiples. So he's got that uppercut and he's got a grab too, but he's also got this fire attack, which we can steal. So he's got two. Huh. Oh. Get out of here. Thanks, Sub-Zero. Chaos Drive Dev says, do you use normal maps for lighting on your characters? I do not. I have way too many animations in my game to do that. Do I like this? Just zooming out for a second and looking at it. I think I would like it if I felt that these matched it. I think right now this looks like something different to this. They look like they're from different worlds. I think it would be easy to just go like, you know, chuck a couple of these on there, and then we're good to go. It's already closer. I don't think I want to put these panels on there, this kind of like alabaster stone thing. I don't think I want that. I think that's too nice. But there's not much else design-wise that I could pull from. So I need to be conscious of what I'm doing here. Well, I think I'm going to make the cogs lighter. The cogs were designed, if you remember, the cogs were designed for a game that was much darker. So I might be relighting them soon. Like any minute now. Probably a lot brighter. But I don't know how much brighter I want to go either. And I also think maybe the bolts, having it feel like it's like bolted into the level, is a little bit of a cop-out, I think. I think we can do better than that. I just need to figure out what goes here. Like, do I kind of make it feel like it's embedded a bit better? Just like this? Just erase parts of it to make it look like it's more like in. That's already kind of working, actually, for me. But it's more than that. It's more than that. It feels like it needs to have more of a system around it. Like, what was the thought? What was the plan when they built this thing? I'm not sure yet. It's a bit weird to be doing it retroactively. There's a lot I like. I think maybe like the depth of some of this stuff actually looks really cool if you go lower. Yeah, I love that. That's cool. Making this stuff deeper. If it's very far in front and maybe even straight down here like that. Oh, that's actually so cool. Like casting a shadow. Ooh, yeah, baby. Maybe it's time we switch over to iron for some of these elements. Let's go mostly all of them. And then maybe just across the top. Oh, it's so 3D, man. This is a sprite. How do you select two disconnected colors for the shading tool? Press Shift and click them. And pro tip, you can shade between transparency and another color. So you can actually, without having a second layer, you can shade underneath something on the same layer as it. What the heck is happening on my... Or if you've got like orphan pixels, you can just fill them in. Yeah. Like this stuff here, right? Like this would be a nightmare if we wanted to add a darker shade in here. You could just go whoop, and now it's just filled in. It just respects all of what you were just doing because you went from transparency to the color that you want. You know, like this tear here, it's like, oh, I wanted this to be green. Okay, now it's green. Does feel a little excessive. It's got to be just a couple max pixels, can't be more than that. In this case, probably 1 pixel across the top. Oh, I added another layer as well. Yeah, so now I can do like this kind of thing here, and if we want. This was inspired mostly by the Harbour Bridge and the Opera House in Sydney. Shouldn't be too thick though. I kind of want it to feel a little bit more, the top part, which is the part everyone sees, should be a bit nicer. Like it's supposed to be more presentable. You know, maybe we add a little bit of a highlight coming back up. No, that's too bulky. I still think it needs something. Maybe these should just be a lot smaller. Oh, okay. And we can do like multiple of them. But I almost feel like we should go upper color. And then maybe actually this is a bit excessive. I don't know. Oh, it's looking pretty good. But that might be a bit much. The level of detail is getting a little bit too much. And also, I think it's still not right. Maybe it needs more detail. Maybe we need to see like the timber sidings. What the hell am I looking at? Oh, they're not in the palette? Ugh. I'm like, why can't I do this? Okay. No, not that way. It's not quite right yet. Yeah, I used to have like a toothed rail at the on the underside. That hooked into a gear. I can bring it back. It's just a little bit too flat, and I think it's this line here. It could be way chunkier. I know I just deleted a bunch of stuff, but I think maybe it's just this bevel is so light. Now it's feeling a bit better. Yeah, I think it's that. Now it kind of feels like we're in a more similar space. The thickness of the timber panels is like closer. All right. I'm going to have to find a way to reuse this asset. Like in other places in the level, maybe? Okay, all right, well. Not too much else I can do here. I could add the highlight color on the top of it if I really wanted to. But I'm not sure that's going to be worth it. Maybe we just do little bits. And I'd like to do like maybe just a little bit of color variation on this. Like just a bit of... You know, even like blue, like just do it, you know? Not that blue though. That's too much. Like if I want it to look like it's been a bit weathered, I have to kind of get in there and start eroding some stuff. But I think in order to do that, I would need another color that's really, really, really similar to this one. Like I would have to go like this and then just go a little bit more that and a bit more that. Maybe even like here. This as like that. And then bro, what is it about Ace Brush that just does not work with my computer anymore? It's like Java crashes. It's like, I think it's maybe that the Windows API for handling whatever this is doing, like I think Ace Brush is maybe doing something where it's hijacking the keyboard. And I think Windows 11's whatever API that lets you do that runs differently, some different mechanism than the Windows 10 and before that versions. And because of that, it just has like no consistency to it. So now that we've just done all kinds of nonsense to this thing, can I change this color so that the subtlety of how far it is from the previous one is just enough? Sprite color mode indexed. And I want to tint it actually a little more blue. Maybe even desaturated. In fact, this is not what I want. I want this one. And I want to take this color from this. Let's keep it in the orange. But let me desaturate it and then make it just a little more blue. And just a little bit more desaturated and a little bit more blue and a little bit. No, that's too much. That maybe, I mean, it's a little bit, it's not blue enough. The idea could also be we could just take all of this, cut it, paint it this color, and then go on top, and then make this actually blue, and then do like a bit of a That didn't seem to do what I wanted. Yeah, except now we're almost at the point where it's like, what's it worth to do all that work? if I take it away, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't know. I'm liking this one more. I mean, this one less. I think this is kind of nice. And then a bit more of this. I actually really like, oh wow, did we just offset that by 1 and create an internal? Oh, that's actually so cool. Huh. Didn't even think about that. Like a little lip on it where the light is catching the edge. That's pretty cool. That's so weird. If I can make it kind of look like it's supposed to be wood grain, then I think we win. I didn't want to spend too much time doing it, but let's go pixel perfect now and just start doing this. I just don't really do this effect anywhere else in the game right now. Not like this. And that's always a hazard because you set a standard that you're not doing anywhere else. And so it looks like it either makes everything else look bad or it sticks out. I mean, I sort of do it in other areas, sort of. All right, I'm going to move on from this particular task. Okay. Oops, I didn't even save this once during all of that. Good thing I didn't have a crash or anything like that. My eyes are hurting. Assets, sprites, architecture are instead. New folder. Oh, it's Athenian Bridge. Bridge, gear, housing. All right. Boom, boom. Oh no, made a mistake. Sprite, color mode, RGB, go. Fixed. Background, middle ground 1. So, you know, it's just something like, it doesn't look like this because this is the wrong version. But something like that. Hey, Smack. 70 months. Whoa. Now that's an OG. 70 months, Smack in the box. How you doing? Seven zero. My man. Yeah, I get you. I know. I've been okay. I'm so busy at the moment. But you know how it is. Going to GDC next month. Gotta get stuff ready. All right. So these are the gears that I care about. These are the good ones. And I was going to put this like right here. And then this, we don't really need any more, but I can just tuck it away like here. All right, let's have a look. Oh, now that's looking like something. Let's watch the cutscene, actually. We should go higher. Although, you know what we could do? We could bring this down as well. I think that's way cooler. What do you think about the Chromium Manifest v3? I don't know about the ordeal. What happened? Yeah, boy. And then let's put Armin's dialogue at the bottom of this. So dialogue in for Armin, I'm supposing. It's all the way down there, which means the sequence must describe it. But I didn't do that. Huh. Anyway. Bottom. 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 Okay, so now we'll try that again. Oh, thanks, dude. Check it out. That's it. Yeah, man, that's great. So this thing, that's key art of the game. Oh, this old thing? It's no Armin at the beach. Let me show you kind of what we're working with at the moment. That's for like Steam. It's not like perfect, but I put a lot of effort into it and I am proud of it. Oh, the waterfall at the back? Yeah, we've actually got an animation for that. I just haven't put it in. Sure. Okay, so basically Google is forcing Manifest v3 onto everybody that uses Chromium. This change breaks ad blockers and cookie tracker blocker. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's not very nice. Who made that happen? Whose idea was that? Wow, I've never had a prefab in this game for the bridge. That's crazy. Living dangerously. Watch this. That's all it takes. Oh, not you. Hang on. Oh, we need to see way more of it. It's too pretty now to be so far down. Maybe even some poking out the top. Like that. And we could even move the camera a little. I had an idea just now. What if Armin, instead of another feather, what if he says, is that snow? Is it snowing? I feel like that's way cooler. Because it looks like it's snowing from the sky. Hey, potato, potato. Just watched a few of your tile set creation video and got tired working in it and everything. Curious question. My tile set drawings are a bit skewed. Will auto rules get confused if tiles are too similar? Similar? My output walls and output ground are getting mixed up. I have input 1 prototype and input 2 prototype. I'm not sure. When you say your output walls and ground are getting mixed up, there's no that's totally dependent on how you set up the rules file. So if we go like all the way to this, the output, whatever you put on the walls, on output walls, that's going to be on your walls. Whatever you put on output ground, that's what's going to come out of the ground. Make sense? So there's no, like, it's whatever you do, you know? And the input determines when these tiles appear. So where you've got, you know, input whatever, then you get output ground when there's overlap on that Z stack. So that's it. Like there's no, when you say like confused, like tiled only knows about the tile indices. It only knows about like, this is index 1, this is index 2. It doesn't know like what the pixel content of the tiles are. When you say skewed, I don't know what that means. Like, you mean like rotated? That's a different, I don't know about that. Is there a setting on map properties that I need for input to? You don't even need an input to, unless you have specifically a second iteration that you want to see on it. Input to is just for alternate stuff. Like you can make your entire tile set system with input underscore prototype. That's it. You don't need input 1, input 2 unless you specifically have alternate inputs that end up with the same output. Like I've got that here because I've got like some contexts where this is a rule, and then other contexts where I don't have, like in this case, I've got an input wall here, but I want the same thing that comes into the output to happen whether or not there's an input wall there. It's like, it's actually like an inbuilt little if statement. But if you don't have that, then you don't have to do that. Input 1 and input 2, the only tricky thing about it is you have to basically have them be the same, except for the changes. Like you need to copy paste the whole layer of input 1 and input 2, and then only differ with the changes. You can't just like sometimes have a little bit on input 1 over here and sometimes a little bit of input 2 over here, if you're going to do what I'm doing. But you don't have to have 2 input layers. If you're just trying to get tiling working, just do input underscore prototype, and then in your map, you just write prototype and then start tiling. You don't have to do multiple inputs. I think this chasm has changed somewhat. And the way that it has changed, I want to adjust it. I want this to go 1, 2. Then I want to take the entire bridge and move it here. Nice. The scene is super dark. Oh, it's dark because of the environment that I created before. The environment, the global lighting conditions are the same. Whoops. Do you mean the portraits? Like this? That's just his first portrait. There are other portraits too, but they're not updated yet, so I don't really use them. But I think I know what you mean. Oh, that's interesting. Why did that fail? Yeah, let me put that on my to-do list. So you have to factor in the 6 months, the 50-50 of the 6 months. And I don't know what just happened then. It's OBS just said could not find stream key. Like it just died. Like nothing crashed. OBS just decided it didn't want to stream anymore. But that's okay. All right, I'm gonna take a proper break. It's actually almost 6 o'clock. Damn. Oh, it's got nothing. It's like, it's just OBS. It's just software stuff. It's not even my internet or my PC or anything. It just happens sometimes. Like it's not like I ran out of memory or we didn't get a crash. It just, OBS just didn't like what happened. I don't know. Bridge mechanism. Oof, that went for a bit longer than I expected. I knew that was going to be an anxiety-inducing task as well. I knew it. Like not anxiety. I knew that I was anxious for a reason that was true, which is I knew it would take longer than I wanted it to. But it's good now. The background for Chasm. That is actually another one that's quite annoying. Donatello. This is not Leonardo. This is Figma. Okay. Well, what else we got? Lock on. Yeah. Validate cutscene requirements for Walter and Alex. Dialogue for additional crafting items. I don't even know. Oh, I guess I know what that is. Let's start from the top. Switches. As in, I've got to put them in, but that's not. That's more of a Luca and me thing. Hey, Ocelot, are you around? Hey, Smack in the Box. Thank you so much for gifting those 5 subs. 5 subaronis. Thank you. Subaronis. 5 meatball subs. What's your favorite sub, everybody? Mine is, I get at Subway, I get the pizza sub, the pizza melt. How do you follow the schedule? Well, I'm at a point now. It happens like this, right? Whenever you start something, it's impossible to create a task list like this. It's too hard. But as soon as you have enough validated that you can start counting the things that are left, then it's very easy. Because it's just, you just put stuff on the plate and then you fill the plate and you finish it. You know, it's like eating. It's like, what do I have space for today? What can I put in here? So like right now, my wife's gonna be, I don't know, probably another hour before she gets home. So like I gotta fill this hour with a task. Which one am I going to pick? Slingshot Martin. That's fun. Let's do that. Put it in, and away we go. This is going to take me the hour, probably. See? That's it. So, how is Cryptidate? She hates her job. She's so tired of it. She only just got it 6 months ago, but it's not for her. And she's looking for new stuff. She's a lawyer. She's a criminal defense lawyer. But she does it like it's like a community criminal defense lawyer. So like she's not paid amazingly, and her clients are all the most difficult kinds of people. And the company, like the team she works for, they expect a lot, and they expect a lot in a way that's like very volume focused. It's like, just get a lot done, just like get through a lot of these clients, you know what I mean? Public defender, yeah, that's right, she's a public defender. So it's kind of like she wants to do a good job, but the job calls for her to do a quick job. So she's always under pressure to get through the clients faster. And you know, it's not always easy to do that kind of job. And she wanted it, like she worked really hard for that job, but I think she's just starting to round that corner. It's her first proper full-time career job. You know, she's starting to round that corner where she's like, hang on, why do I do this to myself every day? Which in my opinion is a good thing. I think she should be feeling that way. I think it's really important to be defensive about the kinds of things you spend your time doing, because if you don't think critically about it, you'll just spend your entire life doing stuff you hate. So I'm happy that she's thinking through this stuff, but it's hard for her in the meantime. Look at this little guy. Oh, but this is the old stuff. There's new stuff too. Okay, I think bump. Yeah, amazing. Morgan did an excellent job on this stuff. Check this out. So good. The little heave. It's great. She did a good job. Really good job. Where is his little... Where's his little... Okay, I'll just use this one then, I guess. But I'll replace the color. Oh, not like that. And then the belt becomes this little borrower's style belt. Yeah, you don't know that, Smack? There's like 5 of us on the project right now. You're a little behind, buddy. Yeah, there's me, Morgan, other Morgan, I won't say which is which, Luca, and Elias, as well as Yumna, who's on the animation team for the trailer. And she's managing separate contract altogether, Tim and a few other people who I haven't actually met yet, but I've given them feedback. So this gets saved as, what is the name of this? Where do you go? You are in assets, sprites, enemy, Martin. Okay, so it's insignia, assets, sprites, enemy, M4, Martin dash slingshot, Martin slingshot, just like that one. Thank you. Save it, hide it, and then I think that, yeah, the pivot is in the same spot, so I'll just leave it as it is. It's a lot of extra space though. Why do I need that much? Nah, I'm gonna shrink it. No, needed a bit more. Like that maybe? Yeah. That's better. Did that frame... Uncle Dr. Mod Esquire. Good. I don't know what this... I guess this was my frame for the sling being slung. Okay. Well, save that. I just want to make sure that everything on every frame is centered in the middle of the pivot. That's correct now. So I can now Control T, boom, we get all of the frames. So now I go to Retrobox, I get concept, idle, shoot down, shoot. I don't need concept, that can go. Let's go here and then idle, downward, forward, upward. Now, I need to be careful here because the way that Morgan animated this, there's a lot of frames, but I actually should do this as like state 1, hold, and then state 2, release. So actually, let's do it a bit smarter. Let's break this up. Get rid of these. And then go this is a tag called shoot up intro. Do you unit test the code or just go for it? I kind of just go for it, to be honest. I probably should look at unit testing. I know what it is. Hold should probably go to here. Let's go to 15. Like, I'm aware of the concept, but I've never been in an environment where it was like a what's the word? I've never worked professionally as a programmer in an environment, like a production environment. So unit testing, when you've got a lot of modules that are designed to be independent, I think it works. I could probably do it myself. There are probably areas where I could do it, but I don't have the workflows set in place where I know how to. So this is new tag, shoot forward intro. And then this is tag forward hold. And I guess forward hold, yeah, it's really a couple frames, right? It's that, and then this wiggles back and forth. So it's really this frame, and that's it. The rest of these are just duplicates. Same with this, right? So these can go. And we've got odd timings here, but that's okay. So it's this, into that. This, into that. I'm going to rename these like U, F, and D, just to simplify it. Shoot you loose. And maybe shoot is just wrong. Maybe it should just be up intro. There we go. And then forward intro. Yeah. Or front. Okay, so now we have each of the separate animations that we're actually going to have. I'm going to press Control T, export them all. Now we get hold all of these. Okay, they're going to be multiple, which is great. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check the size. So 128 by 96. 128 by 96. This is all custom, and the pivot is 5 and 5. It's perfect. So now I can grab all of these and just drop them in. And just like that, hands off the computer, it created animations of all of them. Except, what happened here? What is that? I must have made a tag that went over. Oh, this frame is not actually real. This was like a concept frame back here. So if I was to do this again, loose will now be broken because it won't have that final frame. So I just make this 3 and 3, and that's correct. Cool. Man, that saved me so much energy doing that. This, I spent like 2 hours or 3 hours the other day writing this feature, and it just saved me like 40 minutes. It just saved me so much time. Maybe not 40. This might have taken me 20 minutes to make all of those animations. I still got to add all the hitboxes on them, but at least now I can prototype with them immediately. Like they're just ready. So, what I have done in the past is I've got these Martin characters, and right now the shield ones, like when one is a shield Martin, I've just got a little tag here that says shield. You can't see it because I'm in the way. But here, I just toggle it. And on validate, it just becomes the other type. Now, in that sense, that's fine because the shield one and the knife one are actually the same. Like the shield is just a set of substates that the knife guy can be in, but can't go back into. So he starts with the shield. If you break the shield, he becomes the knife guy, and then it's just the same. They're the same enemy. But the slingshot guy, I'm thinking of having him have like 1 HP and no walk animation, no anything. He's just going to perch up in high places and fire like shots at you. And he doesn't even try to get out of the way. He just tries to fire at you. So you hit him once and he just dies. I think that's because he's so simple, it mightn't be worth trying to loop him into this whole thing. I might just be able to make him a separate enemy type. I can't really see the value of making him the same as the others if he's not going to share any of it. See you, Smack. Pleasure to have you as always. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so what is the fastest way that I can make this guy? I guess just do it from scratch, yeah. So what that looks like is we go here, we say enemy core. We did this yesterday, but I'm going to do it again. We say unpack, we call this slingshot Martin. And then he's got all the bits. Call him Martin Slingshot is the better way to call it, I think. Okay. He will have a sprite with a sprite renderer on it. There he is. We've got to give him his little body component. So he's got a bit of width, a bit of height, a bit of offset. That's it. Cool. And then that's all fine, that's all fine. His sprite needs to be of enemy shader 2. And then we need to give his, remove that, character shader manager. Combat shader needs the sprite. He needs an enemy. He doesn't really need the health bar. Why not? So this has one of these on it, and this is one of these, and then this has one of the doubly linked. You gotta go connect them both. One of these, he's got 1 health. The animator has this sprite, and that is there, and then it's slingshot idle. Just like that. Okay, now we need to go to his script. Good evening. Hey, Ariel. Welcome. He needs to be of type enemy. We need to say public behavior state idle. Set idle true. If state dot complete set idle state dot do void fixed update state dot fixed do. That's it. And I think state.do, the base version goes all the way down. So I don't think I need to do anything else. I think that's just it. Let me see. What else do you do? Set, instantiate. Okay, update, state.do. That's it. State.fixDo. Prepare to die. Doesn't even need that. On enable, respawn, sure. Hit wall. Yep, fine. So that should technically be enough. We just need to plug in the idle state. Now he won't do anything, of course. He'll just stand there. But we'll see. So we need to plug in that there. And then everything else, actually, we didn't do that. So there's your animator. There's your self-awareness. There's your target awareness. There's your life component. You don't have a stun yet, but you will. Input intent is here. Respawn, no. Death state, we're about to add that. So now we go scan line death. I was going to have lots of different death states, but in the end, scan line death is kind of like the global thing that I just use for everything. So now we just want to add a slingshot idle. We want to add a hurt box on this. Enemy hurt. That's it. Oh, what did we do wrong? There's always something wrong, you know? Combat bar. What you talking about? Get max. I don't think this is right. Spirit health bar? Oh, that's not supposed to be there. I think it's just called a small health. Small health bar, I think is what it's actually called. This has a mark UI on. Oh, it's already got one. Oh, okay, I don't need that. This has on the life component. Doop doop. There we go. And then on the health bar, I think we want to plug the life component in. Cool. Try again. Nice. Okay, can we attack you? No. Nothing. All right, why is that? He's got his health. He's standing there, looking good. Retro animator is not playing. What's going on here? Why does this happen? Why does... I'd love to know. Actually, we can know. We just have to go into Slingshot and then IndieTales, INSIGNIA, State Tree Editor. And let's ask the question, what is happening to you, buddy? Completed. Kicked out. What the heck? What does that mean? Kicked out. Complete when not grounded. Surely that's not the problem, is it? No. Whoa. Rigid body. That looks like a lot of mass, but shouldn't be a big issue. Hey, Void. What did I say? Void Chaos Father? Coas? I'm getting ellipsed. Hey, Savvy Tub. It's always like this. I'm always like, what's going on? Why isn't he doing things? Idle. The idle state seems to not be playing nicely with us. Let's have a look. Entering idle. Doing idle. But is that me or is that him? No, he's doing it. Wait a second. If he's doing it, why is the animator not animating? Every frame he's doing idle and he's not entering idle. So he's actually here doing this. So what the heck? I'm not sure I saw entering idle play. Oh, no. He already was playing idle, so it never played it. Because I plugged it in. Oh, that's a weird little quirk. That's no good. Nope. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yeah, why isn't it playing though? Check triggers. It's not that. I mean, its behavior state system is not. It's not operating basically. It tried to enter 3 or 4 times, and then it. Let's have a look. So this is Martin Slingshot. This is Bounce Snake. That's basic enemy. So then, if we don't collapse, entering idle, and then playing sheet is basic enemy, and this basic enemy, and this basic enemy, and this bounce snake. So he never chose to play the animation sheet, which means this check is not sufficient. This is playing sheet. But is playing would have been false. In fact, I don't understand. Oh, hang on, not playing sheet. Oh my God, Adam, please. It's getting late. Hey, Void, I can see your full name if that helps. There we go. Okay, sick. We got it. And he's playable now too. He does stuff. Hey. Okay. So, we need ready, aim, fire. Now, Archer is an old character that I created, and archers have an engage, and they have an archer fire. So here, they would enter the state, they would set up an attack, And he's got loose in every direction, similar to what this guy's doing. So let me see if I can find Archer.
Archer. Hey. Let's see what we could do here.
Anyway, we could take Archer, and he has his behaviors. Archer fire. So this here. It was Kronk, wasn't it?
Squiggity squeak. It was Patrick Warburton.
wasn't quite H. John Benjamin. They have similar voices though.
They're both like right here, you know? It's like kind of nasal and kind of a little bit back in the mouth. H. John Benjamin's a little more Californian maybe. Hey Peter. That's right.
It's really hot. I gotta turn the air on. Be right back. There's a joke in Archer that I really like. I haven't watched much of it, but there was one line that I thought was so funny. And it was like the other is it Ehlers-Danlos syndrome? Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called. The other Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. That's what they're like talking about it. It's like, no, the other one. It's totally not on the, I know that line exists in one of the episodes. And I don't know. I can't find it now. Google's just like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's not Ehlers-Danlos. Maybe it's something else. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Greetings to Spain, which is not a Mexican province. Hola. Hola, chico. What do you mean? Spain is not from Mexico, man. No, I understand. I know where Spain is. I'm aware of Spain. in Europe. España. All right. So I'm going to have to rebuild this thing. I don't think it's a very well thought out behavior state. Fire up. It's not fire, it's loose. I try to be consistent about that. Or shoot is even fine. But fire only is relevant if you're lighting something to make it shoot. Ah, thank you. hang on a second. Projectile attack is a thing already. Do I have, how many sheets are there for this thing? It's a basic attack. Target lock. Trigger. But how many animations do we have? None. Okay. Maybe we could make this a kind of projectile attack. I'm thinking I might just completely rewrite this. Telegraphed projectile attack. How's that? All right, so this is a behavior state and it's an attack state, which is a kind of behavior state that is an attack. Okay, we don't need any of this, but we do need public override void enter. Do exit. All right, we need 3 animations. We need retro.sheet. Start up. Hold. And then shoot. In a way, am I using sprite atlases? I do use them, yeah. In a way, this could be really a state that had 3 states. But I don't really want to do that. We can do play transition. So this is 10 FPS into S hold, which is going to go at 10 FPS and will loop. And then we're going to go like hold time. Now this could be random. It could be maybe when Armin reaches a certain like distance, maybe we'll call it like max duration. Max hold time. Let's call it that. We'll make this 2 seconds. Okay, so if time is greater than max hold time, then we just go into the shoot thing. Animator.play shoot. And I'm actually just going to have a boolean here called fired shot. And on entry, shot equals false. And not shot. Then shoot. And then check range. Or like is in range actually. Attack state, attack with range is what we're looking for. Attack with range. An attack with range is an attack and it's a behavior with range. So here we want to implement that interface. I'm not sure why entry doesn't like that. Attack is an interface. It's a behavior with range. Oh, I see. Interesting. This is a behavior state that happens to be an attack with range. Okay. Or we could say it's an attack state that is also an attack with range. There we go. So is in range is vector2 dot distance from like core to target awareness dot target dot position dot target dot position is less than, you know, range, less than get range. There's also a thing called distance to target. I think I can just go target awareness dot distance to target is less than get range. Oof. Now that's nice. I think range here in this case is just a float. Let's make it 2. I use Unity, Shadix. So I hate manipulating and controlling animations and states, controller or code. I think I'm going to give up and get Animancer asset to deal with it. Yeah, it is a bit awkward. I did write my own. Hey, I'll be right back. There's something wrong with my aircon. It's doing weird starting and stopping. One sec. Yeah, it was on like some weird heat mode. It's like, heat the house to 26 degrees Celsius. And it's like, it's already 30. What for tiles and environment, or also for arm and enemies? Oh, I use the atlases for tiling. That's it. Just so that there's no tearing. That's all I use it for. What's my benefit for using Unity instead of Godot? Multi-platform support. Unreal's not very good with 2D sprites. It's just not really cut out for that. It's too many things that it's too suited for 3D, and specifically like Unreal Engine 3D. Godot is okay. It's just quite a young engine. It's not very far along, so it's missing a lot of features that I would expect in an engine. So Unity's really my only option right now. But if you're just starting out, I would say Godot's great. Okay. So start up into hold, holds the hold, and then releases. Would you recommend using an IDE to make a game? I mean, an IDE is really just software that builds an application. That's really all an IDE is. So like Visual Studio is an IDE, and it can be used to write code, compile the code, and make applications. If you are not using a game engine application, then you need to still be able to build the code to something, in which case an IDE is what you use. You use an IDE to do that, like Eclipse, for Java applets. You want to build your Java applications. You can do that with a command line, but the IDE will do that for you, and it'll do other things like track your project, right? It'll see all the methods that you've written and all the classes, and it'll help you manage that stuff. The thing is, modern text editing software like VS Code or Sublime also do the solution management. They'll also track all your functions and all of everything, and they'll tell you, what's going on with your Git repo. They'll find all your classes and see where there are compile errors. They do all that stuff that an IDE would do. The only thing they don't do is build the application. So if you're making a game and you're using a game engine to do that, the engine is the thing that builds the application typically. In which case, you now have everything you need to build a game without using an IDE. You've got the engine, which is going to do the building. You've got the text editor, which is going to do all the solution and project management, the code management. So you don't need a dedicated IDE for that. Now, an IDE, there are other features that an IDE does probably better, like debugging is probably a little more heavy duty in a traditional IDE than on something like VS Code. VS Code achieves that with extensions. But we're sort of in a place now where the term IDE it doesn't describe what it used to. It used to be, if you're writing code and you're not in an IDE, then you might as well be in, Notepad, basically. It's like, you're just going to be writing the text? What if the code doesn't compile? Like when I was learning code, it was like you write a bunch of code in Notepad++, you run the Java applet builder, and then it crashes, and then you figure out why. It tells you a little line, it didn't work here. And then you go and find, I missed a semicolon. That's like not a thing anymore. And at the time, like you get around that with something like Eclipse, because it's like, that'll tell me if something's not going to run. But like today, this is your Notepad, and it's way better, than it used to be. What if you're not using an engine, but using the IDE and a framework? Like if you don't have space to download one of the options. Now, to me, I don't understand that, okay? Because computing technology today, if you were in a position to make something, you're going to build an application, and let's say you're running a Pentium 6 or something. You're running like I don't know if that even existed. You're running like a really, really old processor or something like that. And you have like 10 gigabytes of hard drive space for some reason, because you live in like the third world or whatever. The thing is, even if that's the case, like you can buy a phone anywhere around the world that will have more storage space and more computing power than whatever that piece of software, whatever that hardware that can't run Unity or whatever it is you're trying to download. You can buy a phone that can do that. And if you do have a computer and it is capable, you just don't have the hard drive space, like just like maybe consider buying an external hard drive. Like don't start a game dev project in an engine or no engine just because you don't have the hard drive space. Like that's like saying I'm going to walk to the other side of the planet because my car doesn't have any petrol in it. You know, that's like what you're saying. It's like, oh, just go invest in some petrol and then you can drive your car to wherever you need to go. To the airport to catch a plane. Yeah, like because like game dev is like it's like mountain climbing. It's like it's a big investment of your time to learn how to do it. You're not talking about alternatives here. Like if you want to use like monogame to build something, like, yeah, I would say use Godot. That's like 64 megabytes. Can you afford 60 megabytes? Because Godot will make you a game in that amount of space. Okay, these need to be public so I can add them. The thing is, I think I've got it here. I have a USB. It cost me like, I don't know. I think it was like less than, I don't even know what it was, like $15, $40, somewhere in there. It was this big and it's 32 gigabytes. It can hold an entire Windows install on it. Storage is cheap. It's cheap. I installed Windows on this computer using that tiny drive. Anyway. Okay, so okay. Can I be honest though? Unity is free. VS Code is free. Sprite, you can get Libra Sprite for free. What else do you need? Reaper free. You can definitely make a real game and spend $0. I mean, it's free to use. There's a license to it, but now what's going on here? Godot is free. Godot is actually free. Love. The thing is, like, there are kind of like two kinds of people in the world. The kind of people who can just download a framework and build a whole game in it, like Love or Hacks with Flixel, sorry, or whatever. Like, frameworks are a thing, and if you're the kind of person who will make a game in that framework, you don't need to be told to do that. You don't need to be advised to do that, because you're already like a brainiac, and that's just how you are going to do it, and you're going to figure it out, and it's going to be great for you. For everybody else who's like, what do I do? How do I make games? It's like, no, like unless you are like unless you want to torture yourself, you know, like go use something that is, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because I'm making a game that requires like a scene editor, you know, and I'm not gonna like, I'm not gonna port my game to like by hand to another platform. Like, I just want to like make the game, press build, and have it go to like Nintendo Switch or whatever, you know, or web or whatever. I'm not going to sit here and like hand write libraries for, and I probably am not also going to, maybe I could cobble together stuff, you know, maybe it's like, oh, there's a library you can get for Love that will do the cross compiling, stuff like that. But like, it's just the convenience of just being able to say like, hey, there you go. I'm not responsible for this. It was built, it works, and I'm going to focus on my game. That's important. You know? Now, what is going on here? Index out of range. What is the index? This animated.frame is greater than the properties list? That is so bizarre to me. I'm pretty sure that nothing here is wrong, but I could be wrong. Oh, I just needed to inspect all of them. Okay. I need to fix that, whatever that is. Oh, do you know what? They're uninstantiated. The system that I used to create these sheets didn't instantiate the properties list. So even though they're empty, I don't know. Maybe the property itself inside of the list, this element, frame properties, was a class and it was empty or uninstantiated. Look at him. He's trying to shoot us and there's literally nothing in his slingshot. Idiot. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Like, if the thing is, it's one thing to say, like, you know, how do I put this? It's one thing to say, like, hey, like, don't assume people don't have access to, don't assume that people have access to expensive computing hardware. At the same time, like, even in a third world country, you can download Godot on a phone and plug a Bluetooth keyboard, like connect a Bluetooth keyboard to it and make something. I know it's like on a phone, but like, yeah, you know, if that's what you want to do, if that's what you have access to, it's possible. I'm not saying you should. I'm not like, maybe game dev is a luxury hobby, you know, maybe it's not practical to try to make a game on a phone or at all if you don't have a computer. But it's possible. I've done it. Like, I have this little, I learned how to code on processing. Processing is like it's a Java graphics library, and there is a processing, like basically an IDE that you can get on the phone. And I don't know where it's gone right now, but it's a little construction hat icon. Did I delete it? Oh, please no, I like that thing. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Cool. Look, it's literally, I literally code on this thing. Look, it's a little game. You can press a little. But I got other things. Let me show you. Recent. I made a Flappy Bird game. Let me see if I can run this thing. Please. Let me see if it runs. Oh yeah. Why is it so far to the left? Oh, because it's supposed to be in landscape, I think. I made this on a flight in like an hour. What? Oh. You know, so like you can learn to do this stuff and you can do it on your phone if you want. And that's not even Godot. That's just a Java applet that makes Java applets. But like if your phone has a web browser, it can make a game. I know that, like, the thing is, if you're watching this stream on a phone, you can make a game. That's actually what it is. If you can hear me, I'm not being elitist. You know what I mean? Like, the audience who can't even watch this content, sure, they aren't included in what I'm saying. But if you're watching this content, you can make a game on the hardware that you're using to watch the content. Unless you're watching me on a TV, you know. Okay. And again, I'm not saying like you should make a game. To me, I don't get. I think Pirate Software says it quite a lot. He's like, just go make games. It's like if you want to, like, make sure you know what you're getting into because it's not easy. It's not like playing games at all. It sometimes can be if you're like testing something, but you have to spend a lot of time building it first. There's a lot of heartache before you get to have fun making your game. Unless you enjoy the building. That's what I would say. You should make games if you enjoy building things. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. One sec, pals. All right, I might have to duck out. The wife's coming home soon, and I know that I'm like not paying much attention here. We'll do it this way. Now, how do we do this? If the angle is between, oh man, it's hard coded. Jesus. Oy, oy, oy. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great either. So anyway, face target. And then attack. He's not even trying. Oh, because I didn't plug it in. Forward, up, down. Oh, so good. He's got no hurt boxes on any of those. Hang on, he's invincible. I really need a way to copy and paste entire layers in Retrobox. It really annoys me that I have to continue to, for every one of these, like I can copy the frame, but now I have to still go plus box enemy hurt paste. I hate having to do that. It's not a huge thing. It's just mildly annoying. And I've automated so much of this process already. It's like one of the last things is just like the selection system. The selection is not very robust. It is a really big deal to add that stuff. So it would take ages, but you know. All right. So let's go look at that Archer Fire again. I mean, let's just take this and get that out of the way, and then just do this. Is between. I've never. That's interesting. Is between. I've never needed that. Interesting. Sure. That's not a bad little idea for a function. Is between. Very, very clever. Okay, so like let's call this north, northeast, east, southeast, south. Now I only have 3, so it's really just north, east, and south. I don't have direct up anymore. So really, it's 0 and n, which is 67.5 f. And then the next one is 157. This is n. No. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, I'm confused now. Hang on. So we got this. And then 67 degrees is like there. It's like I'm pointing with my finger. I don't have my hand up. I'm pointing with my finger. It's like there. 45 is that way. 67 is like here. So 0 and 67, and then 67 all the way to 112. We'll call it northeast. And then this can be called southeast. And this can be 112. And then else, it's the last one. I got it. Okay, cool. So then then we can just get rid of this and this and this. Boom, boom, boom. And we say, that's fine. We can just say, set up attack. Oh, very easy. Okay, cool. That was not nearly as complicated as it looked before. There he goes. Oh, he can't even see me. That's one thing that I need to get careful about. I think that these characters, they should have, their attacks should have invulnerability with collisions for the first little bit. And they should be able to attack you from, they should be able to see you in any direction, I think. I don't think, at least ground shouldn't be a thing that blocks their vision. Otherwise, they just get stuck. What is on this mask? Player physics. No enemy. Hang on. Is it a range thing? No. How did you figure this out? Distance to target, and then a raycast on all visible. And all visible is the ground mask and the obstacle mask. Oh, okay. So ground. Oh, that's not very nice. I mean, I can say none, but then he won't do anything because he'll be stuck. You won't be considered grounded. I mean, it's not a big deal to him, I guess. In which case, I guess he's technically a flying enemy. That's a weird thing. And then idle state is not complete when grounded. Okay, cool. Okay. Now, what's going on here? Oh, same thing as before? I have to... check all of these out. Cool. Hello. Thank you. Okay, so finally, we need this thing to fire something. Now, the arrow. Oof, that sucks. Okay. I want to do ballistics. I have done this before. Is the hit going to be instant? No, it's going to be like a... It's going to be like quite visible as it flies across the screen. And you can parry the attack. Think Dark Souls arrows. Oh, I hate that. Oh man, this sucks. This is terrible. An object pool? Why am I passing that to this thing? I don't know what I'm looking at here. But anyway, why do I need this? Whoa, 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 whoa. I think not. Excuse me? What is this ridiculous dependency you've given me? Hey. All right, pals. I gotta go. I'll be back another time. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for playing my game. Thanks, everyone. The wife is telling me that it's time to continue my life. I don't know what that was. Let's find someone to raid for those of you on Twitch, and we'll get out of here. Hey, no signal is beating me. The Twitch chat controls deving. Oh my gosh. Twitch does dev. Great Britain, Japanese. This is my first collab. That's cool. There's a jam. People are making... It's a Godot jam. There's a few games being made. That's fun. Let's raid Evan. I'm a fan. Thanks, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. If you like my content, then you can support me by becoming a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. For those of you on Twitch, you can go join my YouTube channel at youtube.com/AdamCEunice. And those of you on YouTube, you're already here. I guess it would be important for me to say, like, stay tuned for the demo and a trailer and a Steam wishlist. I might be pushing that stuff back a little bit. I had been planning on releasing the Steam page like literally within a week or 2 weeks from now. And the assets are ready, but I'm not sure. I might just wait till after GDC. It's kind of like it's too close to GDC to launch the Steam page and then explain to everybody they just launched it, you know? I don't really want to, it's not necessary, and I'm not in a hurry if it's not going to be used to make. Anyway, I gotta go. See you, pals. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.
Shit. Oh, geez. Pixel Pals.